Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining me for another restful episode of True Scary Stories to help you fall asleep. Today, we have our weekly compilation of true scary stories. I hope you enjoy them. So without further ado, lay back, relax, and enjoy these true scary stories. Hello. To start this story, I want to say that I have not seen anything like this in my life. At the time, I was 15 years old, pet sitting a friend of mine's dogs. While they were out of town in Benson, Arizona is where this took place. This property had a lot of acres, and it took about 15 minutes to get to their little house right in the middle of the property. About 75 acres. At the time, it was about, I want to say 10 p.m. My friend had 8 dogs, and they usually stayed outside for the most part, because they were big watchdogs who seemed to have been able to defend themselves in the past. Before everything happened, I was inside of their tiny home, making food, and when I heard their biggest dog start squealing kind of quietly, very scared and in pain, but loud enough for me to hear, I knew the sounds were unusual that this dog was making. I shot up and ran outside to see what was going on. I thought maybe the dog might have hurt himself or something similar, but this was not the case, and I ended up seeing a 5 to 6 foot tall, pale, very skinny creature hunched over this dog, sucking on its head. I was very stunned, almost too stunned to speak, but I managed to shake that feeling off. I start yelling at this thing because the dog started yelping loud, and I'm telling the creature to get out of here and trying to scare it. And I run over to her dog as fast as I could because I've heard of these things before. Perhaps a chupacabra. And I know that they would likely eat a dog if I didn't do something. But I stop about 10 feet in front of it to see this creature jump up and run as fast as it can away. I couldn't help but keep looking over my shoulder the rest of the time that I was there. I also didn't let those dogs out at night, and I didn't care to go out there either. So when my friends came back, I told everyone what happened and what I saw. It felt like everyone was just as frightened as I was, and made me even more unsettled. I ended up leaving that desert and did not look back. I still don't know what to make about it to this day, except that I know that it was something. I was talking with my stepmom about late-night driving experiences, and she told me about an encounter that she had in Leroy, Montana, on a road trip from Washington to North Dakota. She was on Route 87 and she was running low on gas. The Fort Benton exit had a lot of construction going on, and she couldn't see any way to get the gas stations from the exit ramp, so she got back on the highway. After a while, she saw an exit sign for Leroy, Montana, and it said that there was gas and food available. She took the exit and saw another sign reading Leroy 5 miles. At this point, they had no service and were relying solely on an atlas. The road took them through a dark wooded forest, and after a while, my stepmom realized that the odometer had gone up 15 miles, and they still hadn't found any sign of a town. But she kept driving and waiting for a friend, who was holding the atlas, to say something. After a few more minutes, her friend spoke up and said that she thinks that they passed Leroy somehow, and my stepmom agreed. They found a fat shoulder to turn around, and as they were pulling off to make their turnaround, they both had an image flash into their heads. A man standing in the middle of the road. Neither of them actually saw him in real life, but both could describe the man in exact detail. He was tall, with a brown flannel, and what looked to be a scythe, broken in half, with the handle wrapped in a white bloody cloth. He also had a thick scar across his forearm. While that by itself is weird enough that my stepmom planned never to go anywhere near that place again. For the next 8 months, she received frequent phone calls from Leroy, Montana. After my own research, I've come to find out that Leroy is a ghost town, unmarked on Google Maps, unless you specifically search it up. Me and some friends have already planned to go to Leroy over spring break this year and see if we can find anything. I'm posting this here to see if anybody else might have seen or heard of anything similar in the area, or any insight as to what might have happened. I was homeless for a few years from 18 to 21, and I used to stay in a tent with my ex. I always had to end up moving my tent spot eventually because the cops would find us. Either way, I had spent a lot of the time in the woods at night. One night when walking back to my tent, I heard something down the trail a bit. I shined my light in the direction of the sound to be met with glowing eyes reflecting my flashlight. However, where the eyes were made, it was so whatever I was looking at was taller than me, and I'm 5'8". There is no animal that tall in my area. I turn to my ex and tell him to start going to the tent faster. He could tell something was off, so he asked if I was all right. I told him that I'll tell him when we get back to the tent, because I've always been told not to acknowledge such creatures or spirits, as it gives them more power. Then some nights there would be smacking on our tent. It would hit all sides of the tent. We would look out the tent windows and check outside the tent, but we would never find anything or hear any footsteps. Another night during the summer, we had decided to go for a small hike at night because it was way more of a tolerable temperature. About 15 minutes into the hike, I had started feeling paranoid, like I was being watched. About 5 minutes later, I heard a maniacal laugh coming from somewhere in the woods. I couldn't pinpoint which direction though. My ex asked what was that, and I loudly said, I don't know, but whatever it is needs to stop. As soon as I said this, multiple maniacal laughs now started. My ex and I turned around and walked back for what felt like the longest 20 minutes. Another time, I found a severed coyote head with something hung in the tree beside it that had a tooth in it. And lastly, one time, I was with my friend parked on the road far into the woods so we could smoke. The passenger window was down, which is where I was sitting. The woods were right next to me. Again, the feeling of being watched overwhelmed me. 2 minutes or so later, I hear a hello, and then, John, coming from the woods. I tell my friend to turn around, and we need to leave. I didn't tell her why, because like I said, I don't like to acknowledge these things until I'm far away from them. That's all that immediately comes to mind at the moment. Thank you for reading. So the other night, on a mountain trail that I've gone to for years to watch the sunset, I felt like some guy was tracking me back to my car. The first time in my entire life of hiking alone, and I've done some sketchy stuff alone at dusk, that I felt uneasy. So the mountain trail I go to is huge with many different side trails on it. But there is one main trail that goes straight up and down the center of the mountain, which is usually pretty quick to get up to watch the sunset. I've done it hundreds of times at this point, for years now. I've watched the sunset and walked back to my car in pitch black many times. Never felt uneasy the way that I did that night. I get to the peak, walk back down a little bit to my usual viewing spot of the sunset, and suddenly some guy, also alone, comes off one of the side trails. I think nothing of it. Exchange a few words from a distance. Guy gets on his way, and I can see him even as a small dot as he gets down to the bottom of the trail. But I'm thinking, well, there's only one way out of here and he knows that I'm still up here. So I knew that I wasn't sticking around for it to get dark. The minute the sun goes behind the mountain, I start my way back down. As you get closer to the bottom of the trail, there's a section that narrows and is nothing but woods and trees on each side, before it opens up again to a huge open dirt trail in the parking lot. Heads on a swivel the entire way back down. I get to the creepy dark narrow part, just before the open trail to the parking lot, and I hear someone making a noise. Like a weird noise that someone would make just to themselves, but loud enough as if they wanted me to hear it. But I see no one and keep going. I get about halfway out of the open dirt road, almost to the parking lot, and I turn around, and someone is decently far behind me out of nowhere. I don't look back again. I pick up the pace, get to my car, and book it. There was only one truck left in the parking lot by the time I got back, and it was on, and someone was definitely in the driver's seat. Call me paranoid, but again, I have never felt uneasy or like someone was following me like that ever in my entire life. And I've done about 80% of my hiking completely alone, and a lot at night. Like deep woods type stuff on sunset and dusk, and never been scared like that before. My 3-year-old son suffered from chronic ear infections last year, which led to him having high fevers. I slept with him on this particular night because I needed to give him Tylenol throughout the night to keep his fever down and to keep him comfortable. I set my alarm to wake me up at around 2:30 a.m. When I woke up, I went into the kitchen to get the Tylenol. I noticed a bright light shining into the apartment from our deck door, which also illuminated part of the woods behind the apartment. When I went over to see what it was, it turned out to be a car with those bright LED headlights in the parking lot, to the far back right of the apartment. I figured they were dropping someone off. I saw movement of what resembled a dog walking around near the woods. I started to think that the lady who usually walks her dog, a cute little corgi, in that area, purposefully faced her car in that direction so that she could see while she walked her dog. As it got closer, I realized that there was nobody out there walking a dog, and there was no dog. I don't know what it was that I saw, but I'll describe it in the best way that I can. At first, it looked just like a dog, corgi-sized, but as it walked closer, it looked like your average house cat. Then it looked like a black bear, and then it looked like a koala. I live in North New Jersey, farmland and lots of woods, and there are no wild koalas here. At this point, my heart is pounding out of my chest and I'm scared. The fear I felt was like a primal type of fear that I've never felt before. I ran to my bedroom to wake up my boyfriend, and I shook him awake very roughly. I said, "You gotta come see this." He was a bit annoyed with me. When we look outside together, we see this thing getting closer, and it looks like a skunk now. White stripe down the center with the perky, fluffy tail. I said, "Oh, it's just a skunk," with a little chuckle. I felt a bit embarrassed that I woke him up over a skunk, but at that moment I also felt relieved. However, I was mistaken. As it walked, it looked as if it was struggling to find a form. I thought it looked like it was falling apart, but also coming back together again at the same time. I know this doesn't make much sense, but it's hard to find the words for what we saw. After the skunk formation, it looked almost like a person crawling on the ground, with some type of fur or skin attached to them around the leg. Then it changed again and looked like a raccoon, a groundhog, a black bear, a cat, a koala, a deer, and a skunk. The part that stuck out to me the most was that whatever it seemed to be coming apart or shedding, but at the same time it was growing. Whatever had their headlights on turned them off as soon as it went deeper into the woods. This happened pretty quick. I'd say it was only about a couple of minutes from start to finish. He ended up going back to bed, but I couldn't sleep after that, so I grabbed a flashlight and shined it into the woods to see if I could see it again, but it was gone. I also opened the door to see if I could hear anything, but I couldn't. It was very quiet. I had a very hard time going back to sleep that night. My boyfriend wasn't scared, but he was confused and stunned. He didn't know what to make of it. I was scared and creeped out. I know that if I hadn't woken him up to see it for himself, he most likely wouldn't have believed me and would have chalked it up to me being groggy from just waking up, or it just being an animal. Unfortunately, I know what I saw, and I'll never forget it. I grew up in Belgium, Europe. Since I was young, I've been with my friends in the Scouts. It is mixed in Belgium. We don't have boys and girls separate usually. We start Scouts when we're 6 years old, and then we go through all the groups until we're 18. That is when we become Scouts leaders. I'm saying this to give you a little background on me and my friends. We are people who I would consider very close with nature, camping, and overall used to a lot. I would not say that we are your typical rough outdoors lumber type of people, but we can manage ourselves well through a forest. Back when we were around 16 years old, one of my friends invited our group to go wild camping in the forest that we have close to our homes. It's not your average American national park. I wish it was, with stories of Bigfoot or worse, but it definitely has its own charm and legends. We got a centuries-old tale about werewolves in our forest, and a couple of legends about witches. It's not a huge forest, but one can easily get lost if they're not familiar with its trails, and all the trees look the same. This being said, to describe it the best I can, we were very familiar with the forest since we were small children playing in the tree line, and afterwards as teenagers being blindly dropped with nothing but a map in the middle of it by our leaders. I do not know whether this game is popular in other countries in the Scouts, but in Belgium, it's very well known, and quite safe actually. We don't have bears or, until a year back, wolves. And when dropped, we would carry lights, so just in case anyone didn't manage his way in or out, they would get spotted easily by a searching party. Again, this is not a national park, so it's not as big as a person could go missing for days. That being said, again, we were very familiar with the forest, and we were all locals from the village nearby. So we started our camping journey with our bikes from the village to the entrance of the forest, and once there, we would continue to go deeper and deeper into parts of the forest on foot. Since it was an area with lots of hills and few trails for bikes, the mood was good. It was beautiful, although a bit cold. Autumn evening with a few clouds and a beautiful sunset. We hiked our way through the forest until we got to a small clearing with some grass, and prepared our tents for the night. We made a small campfire. We always learned to be safe, never putting in danger the forest. And we ate some beans and sausages for dinner, together with some tasty Belgian beers. At around 11 p.m., we decided to call it a night, and we each went to sleep in our tents and sleeping bags. Everything seemed like a normal camping day in our forest. Then, suddenly, at around 1:30 a.m., we woke up to the sound of what seemed to be like drums. A couple of us got out of our tents with our flashlights, asking what was going on. Our forest had always been quiet at that place at night, and during the day, the only noise you could hear were the critters. So you can imagine the surprise of hearing drums in the middle of the night. We were located on a flat area of the side of a hill to have a beautiful view in the morning. and at the other side of the hill over the top, we saw light and smoke of what seemed to be a bonfire. We figured that had to be the place where the drum noise was coming from. So the ones who had gotten out of our tents decided to just go over there to see what was going on, and maybe to talk with the people who decided that it was a good plan to be making noise in a calm forest at 1:30 a.m. We hiked over the hill so that we could have a glance at the people, to know who we were dealing with first. We walked about 15 minutes before we could actually see the bonfire. It was located in a small circled clearing with lots of trees and bushes around. We crouched towards the bushes in the tree line to get a good look of what was going on. And that is when we saw the people with the drums. A couple of them. I recall a group of 5 or 6 sat around the fire playing the same tune on the drums the whole time. And another group of people was dancing around the bonfire. Although I say dancing right now, I mean people making weird, unnatural movements, almost as if they were having spasms. And honestly, the best way to describe it is bodies contorting. The people dancing around the circle were wearing suits. At first glance, it would make it look like people dressing to be one with nature. A second glance would make it look like pagan suits, almost like the original celebrations of Halloween. This was when we realized that whatever these people were doing, whether it was some sort of gag or seriously some sort of ritual, we would be better off if we did not confront them. So we decided to back off and go to our camping spot as quiet as possible. Once there, we decided to wake the rest and tell them what we had seen. We packed up the same moment and left to the entrance of the forest, got on our bikes, and we all went back home. We have since still frequented the forest, both for scouts and in our free time with friends and family, and we have never seen this circle of people again. However, it has stuck with me ever since, and I will never forget how we felt out of our place in the forest for the first time in our lives. It is the first, and luckily the last time, that we did not feel welcome in our own forest. Okay, so this happened when I was around 14 or so. So around 1999 or 2000-ish. And I lived in southwest Georgia at the time, outside of the small town of Moultrie. I was at my buddy's house for the weekend. We'll call him Joe. So some random other teens that were a little older than us show up at Joe's house, allegedly running from the cops after they stole a parent's car and wrecked it in a ditch. They came up to us on foot, so the story might be true. I'm not sure. They wanted to go camp out in the woods to evade pursuit, so Joe and I say screw it and go with them. We borrowed Joe's dad's tent and started walking off into the fields and woods. Given this area is not super isolated, but there was a wilderness to the air that I cannot describe. We go maybe a mile or two back and set up camp 50 yards away from the turnaround / end of the dirt road. There was 5 of us guys, including me and Joe, and I only remember one other dude's name. Let's call him Mike. The names don't really matter, but I'm just adding any detail that I can recall. Anyway, we mess around in the woods for a while. We started a fire and ate some snacks. We didn't have any drugs except for a bottle of booze, small enough that not any one of us could get drunk off of it, but we share sips anyway. Night comes around, and we've got this 6-person tent for us. I can't say if I ever fell asleep or not, but I laid down with everyone and it got late. I'm not sure what time exactly it was, but likely late night or early in the morning. I begin to hear footsteps in the woods some ways out. I hear this walking in the woods. At first, I'm like, it's an armadillo. If you aren't aware, they can sound exactly like a person while foraging for food. But no, The steps are approaching our camp directly. So at this point, I'm like, what the heck? And without moving because I'm terrified, I look around to see if the other dudes got up, and I missed it. No. 5 dudes in the tent. My blood freezes, and there's no sound outside except this thing walking, and it's now right outside our camp. As I attempt to breathe without making a sound, either a very pointed finger or a knife slowly starts from one point on the tent outside and drags very slowly across to the other side. So, I promptly crap myself and hold my breath. The walking sounds stop about 3 feet on the other side of our tent, and they never start again. Daylight slowly fades in. The steps never returned. I have this dazed feeling as if I've been up all night as sunrise happens. One of the guys gets up and slowly others do too, so I get up. No one is talking. No one is talking, but everyone looks exhausted. Eventually, one of us asks the others, "Did you hear that last night?" Apparently, 4 of the 5 guys were all awake during the invisible stalker, and we're all like, what the heck? The 3 guys who were running from the cops allegedly say that they wanted to call a friend to pick them up and go score some pot. They leave Joe and I at the camp to guard their stuff. Hooray. Now I'm paranoid at this point because I think there's some guy out there waiting to gut us. But I only have a small pocket knife on me. I take it out as they walk down the road to call for a ride. Joe and I are sitting on this discarded door that someone ditched on the edge of this dirt road turnaround like a pair of jerks when we start hearing the walking sounds again. But across the road on the other side in the woods this time, we see no one and nothing there. But it's daylight now, so I'm like, meh, it's an animal. The dirt road goes off and curves to our left, and sounds approach that slowly, but the same pace as before. The sounds stop. We're looking at the road. Absolutely nothing there, and the sounds pick back up on the other side of the road. Now I'm scared. I notice Joe has his head buried in his knees, like an ostrich burying his head in the sand. And since I'm scared for the second time in the past 12 hours, I also put my head in my lap. I also place the pocket knife in open and hold it closely. The steps are now slowly circling me and Joe. To say that they went kind of behind us at that same slow pace. They get directly behind me, but maybe 30 feet away. They slowly walk up to my back, my spine tingling more and more the entire time. I'm pouring sweat, and as they approach directly behind me, I jump up and swing this little baby pocket knife around like I know what I'm doing. Time slowed down during this little bit, as I'm swinging the knife at a puff of air. The car with our other 3 guys is coming around the corner of the dirt road to pick us up. Joe and I run to the car and jump in. The 3 dudes ditch everything that we had at camp. No one asks Joe and I what was wrong, but I could tell that they were looking at us and knew something else happened. Joe and I never said a word about it. My husband and I were hiking to a small lake off of a lodge road in Colorado. It was a very short out and back, about 4 miles total, and we were the only car in the small dirt lot at the trailhead. The trail followed an old mining road and had a steep incline on one side and a granite ridge on the other. We both felt very off, but foolishly kept on hiking, eager to see a remote lake. At one point, my husband saw a shovel leaning against a tree on the granite ridge, but chose not to tell me. Before the lake, the trail narrowed and led us through a thicket with the lake on the other side. Right before the thicket, we stopped in shock. The trail was completely torn up, and there were man-dug holes. They were large holes and about 1 to 2 feet deep. We should have turned around immediately, but again wanted to see the lake on the other side of the thicket. So we walked around the holes, got to the lake, and paused to take a few pictures. We weren't going to bother relaxing at the lake because we were both very unsettled by the holes. As we turned around to leave and head back through the thicket, we both stopped and looked at each other. The look we exchanged confirmed that we both smelled it. Cinnamon gum, strong enough that the person chewing it had to be close. There was a little wind, and turning around after the lake must have blown the smell our way. We silently walked back through the thicket and back over the holes in the trail that now seemed much more ominous. The hike back was a terrifying 2 miles. My husband, who is 6'3", pulled out his foraging knife, and I did too. I also pulled out my bear spray. I keep it around for people more than bears when hiking alone. We both assumed our tires would be slashed when we got back to the parking lot, but thankfully they were not. Once we were safely away from the trailhead, my husband told me that he thought he saw someone tracking us from the granite ridge line on our way back. The lesson: if it doesn't feel right, it probably isn't, and you should leave. Back when I was younger, I did some survey work for a logging company in Alaska, and I was fit and liked to hike. They sent me in first to check out the terrain and figure out the best ways into the area that they wanted to harvest. I always traveled light, just a backpack with a U.S. Army mess kit, some MREs, a few spare clothes, a fire kit, a bivouac sack, an axe, a knife, some bear spray, and my late granddad's revolver. I also used to cut me a nice thick hiking stick. With all that gear packed, I set out on foot. The first night was largely very quiet, and I got a good night's sleep. Only one time I woke up to what I thought was the wind rustling through the forest, and I didn't think much of it. The next day I arrived at the designated logging area and started to do my work. Around noon, I started to get that eerie feeling of being watched. I had had this feeling before, but I always blamed my imagination for it. Well, it grew more and more over the day. Right when I was about to set up camp for the night, I heard some rustling in the brush again and caught a glimpse of something big huddling out of sight. Needless to say, I skipped setting up the camp and booked it out of there. I walked about 10 miles until I was too tired to move on. The feeling of being watched had stopped, and I deemed it safe to set up my camp. I woke up in the morning, and the first thing I saw were bear tracks of what I think was a huge grizzly going all over my campsite. I've never broke up the camp this fast again. I made sure that my revolver was loaded and within arm's reach at all times, and I kept my bear spray at the ready on my way back. But nothing happened anymore. I told the logging company about my encounter, and they said that they will take the necessary precautions. A few months later, when the logging operation was in full swing, a worker was attacked by what was later described as a huge male grizzly bear. A year or so later, hunters in that area shot one of the biggest grizzlies I have ever seen, and judging by the size of its paws, it could have been that very bear stalking me on that hike. I shared this story on another subreddit a little while ago, so I'm just pasting it here. It wasn't unsettling to me during the experience, but thinking back on it, it is very weird. My mom and I were visiting family and staying in a cabin at my uncle's ranch. There's a main house, a bunch of animal pens and fields, a dog kennel, and then the guest cabin across the lot from the main house. There are other homes nearby, so it wasn't super remote, but we were surrounded by forest, mountains, and fields. So, middle of the night, my mom and I are sleeping, and we both wake up because there's suddenly a really strong, weird smell permeating the cabin. We commented that it must be a skunk. Also, both of our dogs sat up and got restless, but didn't bark or make any noise. I was having trouble getting back to sleep with the smell and getting the dogs to lay down again, so I went outside to have a cigarette. It was nearly pitch black out, but I could see my immediate area from a dim porch light. I was leaning against my car, and I started to hear someone walking across the gravel. From the sound, I presumed that the footsteps originated from the forest area behind the barn, then walked through the gravel parking lot and turned towards the cabin. I thought it was weird that whoever it was seemed to have passed by the kennel, and the dogs weren't making any noise. None of the animals were. But I figured it had to be my uncle or one of my cousins out doing something. I was curious what they were doing out so late at night. I was tracking where the footsteps were from the sound as they were getting closer, and just waiting for someone to walk near enough that I would see who they were. I almost called out but decided to wait. Eventually, I saw what appeared to be someone wearing a hairy, brown coat walking toward the field next to me. So this is where it got weird. It was getting closer and about to walk by me, parallel by about 6 to 10 feet. It was close enough that I realized that what I thought was a person in a hairy brown coat was actually the bottom half of a large creature on 2 legs. The bottom half, 2 legs and hindquarters, were about the size of an average adult and appeared brown. The top half, that could only barely make out in a silhouette, appeared black. I couldn't tell how tall it was in the dark. It just walked by and into the field that was next to the cabin. The gate was not open. I checked the next morning, so it would have to have stepped over it to get into the field. I kind of registered what I saw, thought that I should probably be freaking out, but I just went back inside and back to bed. I did a little walk around the property the next day to make sure that all the animals were there and unharmed, but I only told my mom about the experience. We ended up coming back the next month, and she told my aunt and uncle about it then. I fully expected them to make fun of me for talking about Bigfoot, but my aunt asked for some clarification and said that her sister had told them about seeing something similar. Back in the 80s, I was camping with some high school friends deep in the forest, about 10 miles down this old logging road. We were far away from anyone and anything, and drinking around a campfire. We were just fooling around, when suddenly we heard a massive, loud, and deep roar from the forest. It stopped all the fun dead in its tracks. We didn't want to drive because we'd been drinking, so we put the fire out and spent an uncomfortable and sleepless night in our cars. Back then, there weren't supposed to be any bears around here, though I had seen one on the other side of the country a few years before, but I've never heard a bear make a noise like that. You could tell by the echo that it wasn't very close, but it was so loud that it sounded close. It wasn't anything like the typical roar of a bear, more like a high-pitched scream or howl, with a huge bass rumble underneath it. The echo seemed to last forever. It only happened once. I know we didn't drunkenly imagine or exaggerate it, because we had a boombox and were recording us telling each other jokes. The roar was so loud that it distorted the microphone on the boombox. A while back, I ran into the guy who owned the tape. We were both still mystified about what that could have been. And sadly, his basement flooded years ago, and the cassette was ruined. A few years ago, My husband and I decided to go camping at a campsite in the Ozarks that was a private camping area near a couple of cabins that you could rent, and someone with a permanent on-home site. I've always had creepy experiences in the woods and rarely sleep, so I foolishly thought that I'd sleep better near other humans. I also decided to take an edible that night to help me sleep, but I ended up staying awake with anxiety instead. My husband is a sound sleeper. Meanwhile, I hear every sound. It was probably about 2 a.m., and my husband is sound asleep, sawing logs when I realized that he's gone silent outside. There had been a lot of normal forest noises, armadillos walking around, deer, etc. But now it was eerily silent. The next sound I hear is a tree falling down. It sounded huge, loudly crashing. It wasn't anywhere near enough for me to see from my point, but I definitely heard it. I should also say that at least this is the third time that I've been in the woods and either seen or heard a tree falling down, and once a lone tree in the middle of the sunny woods. It's weird enough when it starts happening in broad daylight, but this was really creepy. No other noises afterward. Eventually, the forest noises returned, but you can bet your butt that I never went to sleep. The next day, I tried to look around for it, but the property we were on bordered private land that I couldn't hike on, and never did see where it might have been. I realized that nothing really happened, but I couldn't help but thinking about the old question. If a tree falls in the woods and there's no one around to hear it, does it make a sound? Yeah, it does. I live in a small mountain town, so not way out in the woods, but I could walk a quarter mile from my house and be out in sagebrush hills on BLM or state land. I've posted this story elsewhere, but I'll include it here since it still creeps me out to think about it. About 10 or so years ago, I was running one evening after dark on an unlit pedestrian bike path that goes behind my subdivision with my dog. It was late October or early November, after the time change, and fully dark, but no snow on the ground yet. I got a couple of miles from my house with the dog running off leash, sniffing and doing her own thing. She started sniffing around one fence line and stalled out at a good smell. Normally she was super responsive, but she was fixated on this one spot. I walked back towards her and let out a low whistle and said, "Come on, sweetie, let's go." Immediately after I closed my mouth, something on the other side of the fence, not 6 inches from my right ear, mimicked the whistle exactly, and then the phrase that I'd said. I got instant chills. There was something just not right / not human sounding about it. It got the intonation and rise and fall just right, but the voice itself was off. Literally, my first thought was someone having their parrot hanging outside by my fence. But it was night in October at 5,300 feet. Like, it wasn't cold, but I was in tights and a couple of long-sleeve shirts. No one would have their macaw out there like that. And the more I reflected on it, the more there was a mechanical element to the voice too, like a buzzy aspect. I never heard any other sounds behind that fence either. No rustling of leaves or a person talking or anything. Anyway, it scared the crap out of me. I grabbed my dog's collar and made a quick decision on which way to run, since there was no close exit from the bike path in that spot. As soon as I could cut into the neighborhood where there were a few streetlights, I did. Probably set a PR on how fast I got home. I cannot imagine if I heard that somewhere in the wilderness where there was no timely exit or possibility of human help. Not sure if it's related, but a few years later I was driving on the highway very near that same spot. The bike path is sandwiched between the highway and the subdivision. At about 5:30 in the morning, still completely dark out, I saw what I first thought was a person dressed in all black, wearing a hoodie with the hood up, walking on the side of the highway towards me. My first thought is, what is this idiot doing? They're gonna get hit. The bike path is right there. As I got closer, I realized this figure was huge, broad-shouldered, could easily see over the cab of my truck. Looked like they had no neck, which is why I thought it was someone with a hood over their head. The weirdest thing though, as I passed by them, there was not one bit of light reflecting off the figure from my headlights. I couldn't see any facial features, no eye shine, no metal zippers from clothing or reflective patches on their shoes. Just a massive, all-black humanoid shape striding down the highway, almost directly across from where I'd heard the voice about 5 years earlier. Back in 2019, as a graduation present to myself, I took a cross-country trip from Chicago all the way to the Humboldt County Redwoods, where I camped for a week. It had been a bucket list dream of mine to do ever since I was a kid, and I wanted to treat myself. Now keep in mind, I'd been in several road trips with friends, been to the same redwoods 5 years earlier on a hiking trip, so I was prepared for the trip. It was just my first solo trip. The trip went well with no accidents or issues, but I definitely got spooked on one hike. I was staying at the Elk Prairie campground, so I was in prime distance from all the trails. Still, I drove up to the Big Tree Wayside Parkside, as I planned to grab dinner in Eureka after the hike. I parked the car, started my hike, and enjoyed the scenery. I'm a hobbyist photographer, so I was getting lots of pictures in and just generally enjoying myself on the trail. It was a semi-cloudy day, the kind where the sun goes in and out. I was too engrossed in the scenery to ever get that watched feeling until I hit one spot. All of a sudden, I noticed the trail seemed thinner. The brush on either side felt taller, and the forest seemed to just get darker. I got the sudden feeling that if I were to encounter a predator, I'd never see them coming. I got that "you're being watched" feeling. Now, I'd been inadvertently following a bachelor herd of elk the entire time. I had 2 encounters with the herd earlier in that hike. Once I saw a bull through the foliage, and a second time I almost accidentally walked into the herd, rounding a bend in the trail. So I was very aware that they were there, but I had no idea if they were what was watching me. I took stock of my surroundings and could hear birds chirping and normal forest sounds, so I knew that a natural predator wasn't nearby. That's when I realized I hadn't seen a human hiker in a while. The sky had also completely clouded over, and I couldn't tell if I was north or south of the parking lot, as I'd crossed the road onto another trail. It was just after Memorial Day weekend, so the park was fairly well populated with fellow campers. But being alone in a darkened forest like that, surrounded by high brush and the world's tallest trees, you feel isolated and vulnerable. I pulled my Buck 120 and a can of bear mace and booked it out of that spot. I ran a good 10 minutes until I saw a direction sign. Turned out, I had hiked my happy butt nearly back to the campground. At that point, I just followed the road north, back to my car. A ranger notified me that the elk herd I'd been following had planted themselves around the lot. I told him I'd be careful and not try to pet the big deer. I got some great shots with my telephoto lens, though. I don't know what was watching me, but I always trust my gut feelings. I used to go to this low water crossing that was smack dab in the middle of the woods. It was a peaceful place to relax and skip a few rocks. One day, upon entering the pathway down towards the bridge, I noticed a dead baby goat laying off to the side. It struck me as odd, but I still continued down the bridge. After about 5 minutes of skipping rocks, I got an overwhelming feeling of being watched. I stopped for a second and kind of did a quick scan of the area. I'm not even sure how I even noticed amongst so many trees, but off in the distance there was a gray-haired lady just standing between some trees, with a blank expression staring right at me. It was literally like something you would see in a movie. I immediately left, and about 30 seconds later, I'm still trying to make my way back out of the woods, and out of nowhere, a big hawk dropped a bunny on my hood. Scared the ever-loving life out of me. In recent years, hiking and camping trip on the Appalachian Trail, we set up camp. All is well. Ran into a few other people during the hike. But later that night, after we were all in our tents, a person walking the trail lights up our tents with a flashlight. They probably didn't see us at first. No big deal. It was a remote area, but instead of just continuing to walk the trail with the light on, they turned the light off, and it was hard to tell if they continued walking or were hanging around our site. So we started talking from the tent. It wasn't scary considering all four of us are grown men, and we all had firearms on us. It was just a little unsettling that they continued to choose to turn off the flashlight. It was pitch black. The woods were thick, and this part of the Appalachian Trail is extremely rocky and hard to not fall, even in the daytime. My boyfriend went camping with friends once before we met. His friends went to bed one by one, and he was the last one at the fire, waiting for it to die down while he finished a beer. Said he got the distinct feeling that someone was watching him, and he's an avid camper, so he said it really struck him as odd that he was feeling nervous. Anyway, it was enough to make him put out the fire and go to sleep in his car with the doors locked. So he falls asleep in the middle of the night, hears a big noise that wakes him up. He wasn't sure what it was because he had been sleeping and doesn't hear anything else. He thought that maybe he dreamt it. But it's still pitch black out, so he stays in the car and goes back to sleep. The next morning he wakes up, and the first thing he sees is a big handprint on his passenger side window, like someone had smacked the glass. His friends swear it wasn't them, and I believe them. They're not the type to prank each other like that. Still freaks me out. And I think about it sometimes, when I camp now. I went solo backpacking near Skinwalker Ranch and nearly got abducted by aliens. I woke up in the middle of the night to a beam of light directly over my tent. I thought someone might be standing over my tent with a headlamp on, but there was no sound and no response to my hellos. I finally got the courage to open the window, but nobody was there. But the light was still shining down in a perfect beam. So I got my knife and bear spray and was ready to give E.T. the good old welcome to Earth. When I got out of the tent and looked up, it was the moon. The full moon had come out from behind the mountains, under the cover of the clouds, and the clouds had finally parted. But it definitely scared the heck out of me. I was sitting by my fire on a solo trip one night, sipping a little too much whiskey. I keep hearing leaves crinkle behind me. I convince myself that it's just the fire. For a bit. Until it gets close enough that I know darn well that it's something trying to eat me. I set my flask down, hatchet in one hand, flashlight in the other, and I stand up and turn as quickly and gracefully as I can. My light lands on the hideous monster that wanted to eat me. Only it's no monster, just a deer. Admittedly, he was quite close. The deer immediately turns and runs off towards his two friends, who I am convinced were laughing. I assume that they were playing the classic reindeer game of who can get the closest to the human without getting caught. I also had a similar story where I was backcountry camping by myself. I had just settled in my tent and turned off my lantern when I realized there was a light show going on outside all around my tent. It was glowing, and the lights were flickering all over the place. It wasn't the moon, more like a lightning show without lightning, or a disco. I had no clue what was going on outside, either aliens or a forest poltergeist. I was scared, but I opened the zipper a bit and peeked out, and it was fireflies. The whole clearing where I was camping was lit up full of fireflies. I've never seen so many, and it was quite pretty. I just never noticed them until I turned my lantern off. I was camping in the Linville Gorge for the first time and was down a dead-end trail beside the river. I was in my hammock with a bug net and tarp. About 1:30 in the morning, my entire hammock lit up brighter than the sun for about 3 or 4 seconds, but it felt like forever. I was sure that I was going to get abducted by aliens. Then it stopped, and I never heard anything. I was too scared to look outside, so I just stayed still and eventually went back to sleep. Last year, my family and I went camping in Little Naucus here in Washington. It was during that really bad fire up by Bumping Lake. Anyways, one day during the dead of night, my girlfriend and I start hearing a loud clanking noise, as if someone was slamming very thick sticks against trees. We hear it repeatedly in one direction for a while, maybe intervals of 10 at a time. Then it goes quiet for a few minutes. Then we would hear it in another direction outside of the camp, once even coming from the direction of a smallish hill that we were camping next to. It kept coming from different directions all night. It always sounded as if the noise was coming from about 25 yards outside of the camp, give or take. We ended up falling asleep, and the next day everybody said that they were hearing it as well. A family friend even left his tent that night to investigate, but couldn't find anything or hear anyone. He thought he was just tripping out, because it was his first time camping. Anyways, the noises were of course accompanied by twigs snapping on the ground. We couldn't find any animal footprints the next day. No scratches on trees from an antler or bear claws. Just my grandmother telling us that my little brother actually started sleepwalking towards one corner of the tent, to which he explained that he thought that my grandma was outside of the tent calling him in his dream. My grandmother found a small pennant of an angel outside her tent that next morning. Could have been something random that an earlier camper had dropped, but it just made the story that much more weird. I was on a 4-day canoe trip down a river in Victoria, Australia, and on the third night, we set up camp in a camping area that is really only accessible by water. While searching for firewood, one girl and I smell something terrible, definitely something large and dead. We keep going down a little game trail and found a mound of branches and sticks. The smell is also strong now, so strong that we didn't even know the direction it's coming from. I kind of peer into this mysterious mound, and we push the few top branches off, giving ourselves the creep, imagining as if this is where the smell's from. We uncover nothing and make our way back to camp and tell the other girls that we assume there is a dead kangaroo up further. That night we toast marshmallows and head to our tents late. A few hours later, I'm awoken by weird coughing sounds and heavy, fast running through our camp between our tents. It's so frantic, but so purposeful. Now, the smell of earlier is definitely a murdered canoer, and we are next because we have stumbled into this psycho's territory. and we don't even know how to leave other than by water. I figure I'd rather die first than be chased through the brush, wondering if my friends are alive. So I grab my head torch and slowly unzip the tent. Nothing. No sounds at all. This guy must be right next to the tent now and ready to pounce. The girls that I'm with are heavy sleepers, so they won't even hear the struggle. I turn on my light, and I'm surrounded by dozens of eyes littered around the camp. Eyes eating our marshmallows. Possums. Huge brush-tail possums having a turf war in the middle of our tents. The 3 girls that I was with never heard a thing. I was in Sequoia with 3 friends a couple of years ago. We had set up camp, made a fire, and were just hanging out as it got dark. It was the first night, and we were only about 8 miles from the trailhead. I'm not sure why I did it, but I had my headlamp on and swung the beam through the woods uphill from us. There was a guy just sitting there in the dark with his pack. Alone, no lights. I was a little weirded out, but figured maybe he was just waiting for someone. I ignored it and didn't let my light linger on him or say anything. 30 minutes later, I checked again and he was still there. At that point, I told my friends, and not knowing if he had seen us hide our bear cans, he sneakily relocated our food without using lights. When we checked again, 10 minutes later, we couldn't find him. Luckily, we didn't see or hear from him again. But the fact that he was sitting above our camp with a good view of everything and no lights to give away his location just gave me a bad feeling. I'm sure it was nothing, but it was definitely a little bit hard to sleep that night. A long time ago, I did a 6-day hike through the Shenandoah, Virginia part of the Appalachian Trail, from Front Royal to Big Meadows. Now, this was the first time I had ever hiked. Not only was I an amateur, but I was completely naive. My hero at the time was a man who walked from the middle of the Congo Basin out to the Western Ocean in Africa. He hiked it in sandals, so I hiked in sandals. So I was very green to everything about the Appalachian Trail. I was along a ridgeline walking where the path was really thin and covered by grass about a foot high on both sides. I'm in my own thoughts, and I see this hiker coming the other way. He was about 6'2" and lean with thick curly brown hair. I'm a big guy, 6'1" and 250 pounds. He saw me coming the other way and stepped off the trail. He said, "Go ahead, jerk." He said it so oddly with a blank face, like it was a casual thing. I went past him completely weirded out. Needless to say, I was weirded out for a while. So 2 days later, I came across a designated campsite with a constructed platform lean-to. I was so tired with my feet bandaged and raw. It was still around 4, so I was debating whether or not to keep going, when 2 women came into the camp. They were of the good-looking granola variety. They looked happy and tired. They said that they might stay there, so staying at that campsite was looking better. About 20 minutes later, that same weird guy walked into camp and started to unpack. It looks like they knew each other. I was bummed out. I did not want to be in camp with this guy. I started to pack up. The 2 girls were heating up dinner, their potable stoves firing. As I was leaving, the guy takes out his dish, goes up to one of the women, shakes the dish in her face and says, "Jerk, make me dinner." That's when I left. I thought it was some kind of weird joke, so I continued hiking until dark and ended up making camp off the trail in the brush. So 2 days later, I was at another campsite. I got there early, so as a friendly gesture, I made a campfire. Everyone who camped there was friendly. Just before dark, to my surprise, the two girls showed up. I asked if their friend was with them and they asked who. I said the tall guy. They began to explain that they did not know him and they had never seen him before. They just had this feeling of being weirded out. They cooked some food for him and then they left with mace in hand. I felt like I missed my chance to be Galen or something. But mostly, we all had the feeling of being weirded out. Kind of like we avoided a serial killer or something. I was camping in the White Mountains of New Hampshire with my wife. Late in the night, something ran into the side of our tent. Made a noise but no real damage. We went back to sleep. The next morning, outside of the door of the tent were neatly laid a vole, 3 mice, and 1 squirrel, all dead. That was creepy. Someone once told me that cats will sometimes do that in the wild, leave presents for humans, especially if they had once been domesticated. But whatever it was, we packed up and hightailed it out of there. This happened in Utah. Be one of the 3 adults with 3 teens. Long hike goes into the night. We didn't make the planned location. We stopped for the night around 11 p.m., eat and then go to bed. We wake up at 3 a.m. after a dream of a creature looking down upon us from the hill, then charging at camp. I bolt awake, see the other 2 adults sitting upright in bed. Did you just have a dream? All 3 of us had the same dream. We noticed that we were in a round clearing with a mound in the middle soaked moonlight. We wake up the kids, pack, and get the heck out of there. We had hiked in about 10 miles to go trout fishing. Finished for the day, had supper, and the 4 of us were in a tent for the night. At about 3 a.m., one of the guys woke us up. There was a sniffing / something moving around the camp. It finally started sniffing and snuffling and pushing against the tent door. I mean, really trying to get in. Nose outline pushed into the fabric. They all thought it was a bear. I was tasked with pointing my pistol at the door, while one of the other guys unzipped it a little bit and rolled away so we could see what the creature was. It poked its nose through the tent door. Everyone screamed, "Shoot it! Shoot it!" I was safety off, trigger halfway pulled, when I realized that it was a coon dog nose poking through the door. It was just lost and spent the rest of the night in the tent with us, and was our best dog buddy for the next several days. My boyfriend, our dog, and I were camping in Beaver, Utah. I'm usually a heavy sleeper, but when it comes to being out in the woods, I'm not. My boyfriend is the opposite. Once the sun was setting, it was getting freezing cold. My dog went into my sleeping bag and cuddled me, making the night so perfect. Until, I think, around 2 a.m. I woke up to some sounds. Trying to brush it off and fall asleep, I hear it louder and closer. I start freaking out, and my boyfriend is well asleep. The sounds were like coyotes or wolves maybe. In my head at the time, I would convince myself that it was a pack of wolves, because I assumed the worst, and at the time, didn't know the difference in what they sound like. They kept on howling and crying, from all sides of the camp, getting closer and closer. Finally, my boyfriend wakes up, and he brushes it off saying, "Oh, it's fine, we're safe." Well, I didn't feel safe. At one point, they were so close, they were freaking out my dog, and she started barking. And I didn't know whether that would help or make it worse, so I tried shushing her a bit They ended up being so close to camp, I could hear them walking around, twigs snapping. I slept terribly. I was trembling. My dog was trembling. And my boyfriend was sleeping peacefully. Still to this day, I don't know if it was coyotes or wolves, but we lived. It was a beautiful spot though. Would love to camp there again. Maybe bring a wildlife cam and something to put me in a deep sleep. A half hour from my house in the state forest, there are backpacking shelters that you can rent. It's like a single group campsite with a crude cabin with no door, a fire ring, and a single pit toilet outhouse. They're in the middle of nowhere, several miles apart. Not like a campground at all. Very secluded. There are 5 sites on a 32-mile trail. About 15 to 20 years ago, my parents' friends were staying out there partying for a few days. We hiked out there for a day trip to visit. I was a kid, maybe 12 or so. I was hiking the trails around the campsite with my dog. I heard a very distinct cry for help. Help me. Really loud, plain as day. It was a soft, higher-pitched voice. Either a woman or an older child. I didn't hesitate. I started running towards the voice with my dog. Bad idea. Should have grabbed an adult. My dog was acting weird as we searched for a half hour and came up empty. Nothing. Nobody out there. She seemed reluctant to continue further, and we turned around. I told my parents and the other adults at camp. They just kind of laughed it off. I was distraught for the rest of the day. Fast forward a couple of decades later to last year. I'm solo backpacking, which I do a lot. I decided to rent that very same spot for myself. It was my halfway destination and place to sleep on a 15-mile round trip. Things were going good. I made camp and fired up the single burner stove. It was dark. Almost time for bed. I was enjoying my delicious ramen noodles. This uneasy feeling came over me. A feeling I've never really had before and can't fully describe. My body tensed up. I got cold. My hair stood up on the back of my neck. Right then and there, I suddenly needed to leave. I don't know why, just had to. I didn't have time to properly pack. I started stuffing my gear into my backpack. Then my LED headlamp with relatively fresh, or so I thought, batteries died. There's absolutely no moon. It's dark. Very dark. I pulled a tiny 50-lumen Streamlight style pen light from my pocket and finished packing. I had a large, heavy-duty contractor garbage bag that I always kept packed away to use for a makeshift rain poncho. I finished stuffing my tent and sleeping bag in the garbage bag. I hustled out of the woods with my poorly organized pack on my back and my garbage bag of belongings over my shoulder. The strange thing about my story was it wasn't quiet in the woods when things got weird. I could hear a pack of coyotes yipping and going nuts in the distance when I was hiking out, but nothing else really. Here I am, a grown man who considers himself proficient outdoorsman, sprinting out of the woods. For what? From what? The dark? As a legal permit holder, I always carry a sidearm when doing long solo trips in the woods or hunting. People say with a good holster, you forget the things on you. Well, I was definitely very aware of the sidearm on my way out. I made it to my car in serious record time. I loaded up and sped off. It took me a while to shake the feeling. On the way back, I did get lost, but Google Maps helped me backtrack to the fork in the trail. I completely, 100% forgot about the voice calling for help incident at that very spot a decade or so earlier. Then it hit me once I got home and unpacked in the middle of the night. I remembered that voice, looking for that person screaming for help. Me and my dog. I got knots in my stomach. For reasons I can't explain, it all kind of started to make sense to me, like there was some sort of correlation. I don't venture into that area anymore unless I'm with other people. Something strange is or was out there, or something really bad happened there in the past. I know that this story isn't that crazy, but most of the real ones aren't. I looked online into missing persons or whatever, and didn't come up with anything significant. There have been a couple of murders, but those predated my experience by 10 plus years. And although they were in the same state land, they were not what I'd consider nearby. Perhaps something was attempting to lure me as a kid. That same thing was enough to tip me off as an adult. Maybe I was just a dumb kid with an active imagination. Maybe as an adult, the stress of life got to me, as I was left with my thoughts in the wilderness and I had a panic attack. But honestly, who really knows? Camping at La Wiswis Campground in Washington. There was a nearby party at a different site. No biggie. My friend and I, who are both women, were drinking and smoking weed, minding our own business. We had a trail running next to our site that led to another site tucked back a bit. A family with an infant was staying there. Great people, and they walked through a few times, so any movement going through the night I just assumed it was them. I slept in a hammock roughly 6 feet off the ground, wrapped in a bunch of blankets. Early morning, I wake up to the sound of leaves crunching while someone slowly approached me and stood over for a few moments. Then they slowly walked away. I had the worst feeling in the pit of my stomach. I quickly unwrapped myself to find a teen/young adult leaning over my friend in her hammock. He was reaching for something on her when she woke up and started to yell for him to get out of there. He was like, "Oh, I was just looking at your campsite." Turns out he was reaching for her knife on her belt. Mind you, we had all of our gear, Bluetooth speakers, weed, beer, and electronics, on the camp table. Bad idea. But this guy didn't care about any of that. Just wanted our knife. It was like 5 a.m., and I wasn't going back to sleep, so we left. As we're driving out of the campground, we see this same kid. He smiles and waves at us. I haven't felt safe while camping since, and will only camp if I have a guy with me. I was 12, camping with my family in New Jersey. I took our dog for a long walk around the campground perimeter, and there was farmland next door. Well, there was old barbed wire under the grass that must have been from the farm, and sure enough, I stepped into it halfway up my calf. I was yelling for help and crying from the pain. I told my dog to go get Dad, and off he went. Then, gunshots. I looked and saw the farmer far away running across the field with a rifle, and every few feet he stopped and took a shot at me. I was trapped. Couldn't move. Couldn't lay down. Then sure enough, my dog arrives with like 15 people. He must have really made it clear. They got me free, but when I looked up, there was no farmer, and no one heard the shots. Not my story, but a close friend's. They were camping as a family, a mom, a dad, and 2 small girls in Washington State. They hiked up into the mountains for like 10 miles before setting up camp. Everything was great until about a half an hour after dark. They heard someone coming up the trail. No lights, just walking steps. The footsteps stopped outside their tent. My friend's spouse unzipped the tent to see who it was. There was a nearly naked man with wild hair and a huge beard standing outside staring at him. "Zip in the stats" is the only thing he said to them. My friend starts freaking out. Why is a nearly naked man trying to get them to zip stats? What stats exactly? How does one zip a stat? It was too far to hike back to the car in the dark, so they zipped up the tent and basically stayed awake all night while the man sat near their fire pit. At first light, they repacked and hiked back to their car. The man followed them most of the way. They didn't see him do any drugs, and he had nowhere to keep his stash since they only seen a fancy loincloth. About halfway to the car, he disappeared behind them on the trail. They hoped that they could put the incident in the past and forget about it, and they almost could, until they got to their car and saw that someone had written in car soap or chalk, "Zip in the stats," on every window of their car. I went car camping with my 6-year-old on a private campground last year. I've camped a million times, but this was the first time I had taken her by myself. That night, we settled in after a good day on the river. The moon was nearly full, and you could see so clearly. There was no need for a flashlight, and we were in a pretty open clearing. She fell asleep almost immediately, but for some reason I was extremely on edge and couldn't sleep. I felt like something was watching us, but I chalked it up to being alone with my small child. After a few hours of struggling to calm my nerves, she wakes up needing to use the bathroom. Now, I'm thinking I really do not want to get out of this car, but I put my brave face on and we step out of the SUV. She was totally fine, but as soon as we step into the moonlight, this child screams at the top of her lungs, "What is that?" while literally crawling up onto my back. The sense of dread hit me, and I'm looking all around not seeing a thing. I'm asking, "Where? What do you see? I'm not seeing it." Trying to keep her calm, but she's screaming, "Right there! What is that? Right there!" as if it's directly in front of us and I'm blind. I scoop her up and run to the safety of the bathrooms because I truly believe that she saw something that I couldn't see. My heart is racing, and I'm asking what she saw. She keeps saying she doesn't know what it was and can't describe it to me. We do our business, and I look out not seeing anything. I pick her up and get us back in the car where she immediately falls back asleep, and I do not get a wink until morning. Needless to say, we did not stay another night, but it was hands down the most scary experience I've had while camping. I don't know what she saw, but I had never seen her react like that to anything in her life. In 2020, my mom, a female in her 60s, and I, a female in my 30s, decided to go on an overnight camping trip together on the Oregon coast. I picked what looked like a pretty campsite from a campsite app, and off we went. When we get there, we realized it was right off the highway, but there were enough trees and a fence up front that you couldn't really see the road. But the gate was just a metal gate that swung into place, no locks. There was a house on either side, but the property was fenced in on both sides. We pitched the tent pretty far back, close to the woods on the back of the property. The closest house was about 100 yards away, and the highway was about 200 yards. But again, it was all mostly fenced in and surrounded by tall firs. It was a lovely sight, and my mom raved about how beautiful and peaceful it was. I will say that I got a feeling of dread as soon as we walked onto the property, but we arrived late, and I didn't know if we'd be able to get a new spot quickly. My mom could tell that I was nervous, but for some reason I put her enjoyment of the beauty and of the campsite over my feeling of dread. We made a nice campfire and enjoyed some hot chocolate as we watched the fire. I kept an eye out and didn't see or hear anything odd. If I remember correctly, my mom went to bed before I did and stayed up and watched the fire for a long time before going to bed. Finally, I tucked in, very exhausted from staying up. At about 2 a.m., I awoke to twigs snapping and what sounded like someone dragging their fingers on the side of the tent, up to the front. I sat up and grabbed up my phone and the only weapon I had, a large flashlight, and unzipped my sleeping bag in case I needed to fight anyone. There was a full moon that night, and I couldn't tell if it was a person's shadow falling on the tent, or if it was a tree branch shadow moving from the wind. It sounded like there were two people outside trying to be quiet. We had brought our boots inside, so there was no indicator of who was in the tent. It felt like they were trying to gauge the tent while I was listening for where they were. I had made sure to make enough noise so that they knew that someone inside was alert, but no more than that. If they know someone is awake, they can't surprise us, but they also don't know who is inside and whether or not we have guns. I sat there in the dark until dawn. My mom slept through the whole thing. When we got up and out of the tent, small things had been moved. Our camp chairs had cup holders. One cup that had been in a cup holder was on the ground. A pen that had been in a cup holder was also on the ground. My mom raves about how good her sleep was and how refreshing it was to camp there, so I didn't want to burst her bubble or scare her. We packed up and I didn't tell her, but I let her have a nice memory of deep rest and relaxation while camping on this beautiful property. Was it someone living in the woods? Someone walking down the highway in the middle of the night? Creepy neighbors? Who knows? My mom got a great experience, and I got a refund and a fear of camping. The property owner said that they might set up cameras to keep an eye on things in the future. People scare me more than anything else that could be out there. Anyway, listen to your gut. We should have found another campsite, or at least a hotel. So I've been sitting on this experience a while. I guess just not wanting to make a big deal out of nothing. But after reading some of the stories here and on other related subs, I would really like an answer to what I experienced. Back in about March of this year, I went camping with a friend, my boyfriend, and 3 dogs. My friend slept in his tent with his dog, and I slept in my tent with my 2 dogs and my boyfriend. My friend's tent was about 30 feet away from ours, and we were camping in the North Georgia mountains off an old Forest Service road. We were right next to a creek. For context, I'm an experienced backpacker, and am familiar with the usual nighttime sounds like rustling in the leaves, sticks breaking, cicadas, etc. I have a lot of experience camping by myself, so it's rare that I get spooked out by anything other than humans nearby, as I'm aware of the dangers of traveling solo as a woman. However, this particular night, I wake up in the middle of the night with a sense of absolute dread that I've never had before. I check my phone, and it's about 3:30 to 4 a.m. I really had to use the bathroom, and was debating on whether I wanted to try to put on my hiking boots and venture outside, or just try and hold it until daylight. I didn't want to wake up the dogs, because if they heard me putting on my boots, they'd likely want to go outside to go to the bathroom as well. I'm still in the tent. That's when I notice it. It's almost like a hum, but not in the pleasant way where it's a tune or anything like that. It's a low-pitched hum that was reverberating throughout the campsite and forest, and through my body. It had 2 tones. It started with a relatively higher pitch, and would switch to the relatively lower pitch after a period of time. Then it would start over without a break in the sound at all. It wasn't soft either. It felt like it was covering the entire wooded area that we were in. It didn't sound like an animal, a person, a machine, or anything that I've ever heard before. At this point, I absolutely couldn't hold off on the bathroom trip any longer. I quickly put on my hiking boots and quietly tell the dogs to stay put. My boyfriend is still sleeping. I unzip the tent and go outside, and the entire campsite was covered in this spooky fog. But it felt like it was my vision that was foggy, not the actual air. I couldn't see a thing. The 2-tone humming then got louder. I do my business maybe 5 feet from the tent. Sorry, but there was no way that I was venturing any further than that. and quickly nope the heck back into my tent and bury myself into my sleeping bag with a sweatshirt over my head to try and drown out/ignore the humming. The dogs raise their heads and growl a few times throughout this experience, but that isn't unusual for them when camping. I never saw any figures or lights in the woods, but I was also not looking for them and was trying to ignore the entire experience. Does anyone know what this humming could have been? My brother is 2 years older than me, and we've probably spent 10,000 hours and then some in the woods together. Whether it was building forts/BMX tracks to LARPing and hunting, we've traveled across the US exploring caves, canyons, cliff diving, mountain biking, camping, hunting whitetail mule deer, wild boar, etc. since 2016 when we get the time off. I feel like adding this is important because there's genuinely nothing I wouldn't do or fear when I have him by my side. But this time was different, and we both felt it. We've had our fair share of adventures and stories to tell of all sorts, but this one has felt like a lingering stain on my memory. We were both in our mid-20s, and it was 2019, and this was probably my 5th time hunting the area, and the first I brought my brother along. It's a large forest area of public land that has a few county roads, which are basically 2 tracks that stretch miles throughout the area. We make the trip up in my truck with our tents, 3 in total, 1 for each of us and another to change in and keep our gear in. Without making this long-winded, we set up camp a couple of miles from the truck, which we drove for quite a few miles through the trails. Basically the middle of nowhere. The nearest main road is probably 8 to 10 miles away. We arrived late in the night, set up camp, and quickly fell asleep after a long trip. We then spent the next day scouting/tracking, then made back to camp for the night. We cooked and then ate, had some beers, and we just messed around. The night was still early, but we had a long day and decided to head off for the night. Everything up until this point was normal. I was suddenly awoken to something smacking my tent and hearing my brother's voice call my name. I knew something was off. I called back to him, and he immediately unzipped my tent and made his way inside. I could tell that he was disturbed when I went to ask him what was wrong, and he immediately grabbed my shoulder and told me to shush. The sun wasn't up yet, so I think it was around 4:30 to 5-ish a.m. We sat in my tent, and what we heard still confuses me to this day. I can only explain it as whale sounds, different tones of extremely loud noise that I could feel throughout my body. It would come and go, but there would only be a few seconds of silence in between the sounds. It would vary from high-pitched squeals and everything in between to very low sounds that had literal ground-shaking reverb. I regrettably didn't think to grab my phone or record anything, because what I was hearing didn't seem real, and in the moment I was awestruck. The sound went on until daylight started to break. I believe it was about an hour, but I'm not really sure. Neither of us spoke, and at the time it felt like I could feel the energy around me, almost like my body was covered in white noise, if that makes any sense. It wasn't even minutes after the sound stopped. It started to rain, and one of the craziest thunderstorms while I was camping happened. The forecast didn't predict or account for any rain the days that we were going to be there prior to making the trip. All the stakes for the tent and our gear was completely ripped out of the ground, and both of our tents had multiple stakes ripped out as well. Those things we drove into the ground with an axe, and would take some insane force to unearth even a single one. My brother dismisses it, and won't even talk to me about it, saying it was just machinery being dragged. But at the time, we both shared the same feeling of fear and dread. It just seems odd. It was still the middle of the night, and we were so far removed from any nearby communities or industry to hear and experience this occurrence. This was about 5 years ago. Me, my mom, and my dad were camping at Mary Jane Thurston State Park, just outside of Grand Rapids, Ohio. It was around the end of August / the beginning of September. Our campsite was in the front part of the campgrounds. Leading up to the 2 separate incidents, we occasionally heard what we thought could have been a bird, or some kind of screaming or screeching up in the trees. Or at least it sounded like it was coming from the top of the trees. We'd hear it almost every night, but in a different location. We'd hear it in the trees behind us one night. Then the next night, it would come from the other end of the campgrounds. Then the night after, we'd hear it from across the road. I've listened to the sounds of different animals, including owls, to see if that was the noise we heard, but nothing is even close. Occasionally, we'd hear what sounded like branches being snapped, but thought nothing of it. I had my own tent, and that detail is somewhat important as it factors into the second incident. The first incident, my dad woke up in the middle of the night to what sounded like someone was rummaging through the ice chest, which was setting between our tents. He said he then heard whoever or whatever it was shut the cooler and walk away. He told my mom about it the next day. The odd thing was that nothing was missing from the cooler. The second incident happened right after the first one. I had a small little TV and my game console in my tent. I was watching a movie when I hear something approaching our campsite. Whatever it is went through the cooler again. I could hear the ice moving around as it was rummaging through the cooler. I was as still and as quiet as possible. But whoever, or I should say whatever it was, knew I was awake because I decided to put its massive hand on the side of my tent and push it in. I was frozen with fear and didn't know what to do. It felt like forever, but was only about 20 seconds before it took its hand from my tent and walked away. I didn't even think about looking for tracks the next day. We don't have bears in this part of Ohio, so I definitely know that it wasn't a bear. This thing didn't take anything from the ice chest, despite going through it twice. I know when it put its hand on my tent and pushed it in a little, I was frozen with fear. We know it wasn't some homeless person or anyone else, because there was maybe 5 campsites that had anyone, and they were in the back part of the campground. In May of 2009, I had just broken up with my girlfriend of almost 3 years. We had moved from Calgary to Toronto, and we were still stuck living together after the breakup, as we didn't know many people in the city yet. Needless to say, the situation was pretty stressful and upsetting. So when a buddy I was going to school with at the time suggested a weekend camping / fishing trip, I jumped at the chance. He grew up in an area about an hour outside of Toronto called Flamborough. It's really beautiful. Loads of lush forests, farmers' fields, and small rivers and creeks. We decided to camp and fish along a creek called Grindstone Creek. It's close to some wetlands and the fishing is supposed to be great. We ended up setting up our camp in what was probably a farmer's field. I'm guessing it was trespassing on our part, bordered by a gorgeous forest. We spent the evening fishing, shooting the crap, and drinking some quality craft beers. As it got darker, we made a little fire and roasted potatoes and hot dogs. All in all, it was a really good night. We turned in just after midnight. We shared a tent. My buddy fell asleep before me, and I stayed up playing on my phone until probably 1:30. I must have drifted off, because the next thing I remember was being woken up by a high-pitched yipping type noise. I was kind of groggy, and it took me a moment to fully wake up. The yipping was incessant, and it sounded like a weird coyote. I laid there for a moment listening, and then started playing on my phone again. The noise was annoying. I tried ignoring it, but it sounded like it was getting closer. Finally, it sounded like it had to be no more than 10 feet from the tent. At this point, I was getting a little unsettled. I had seen coyotes in Calgary before, and I thought of them as pretty harmless. They never looked much bigger than a smallish dog. But what if this one was rabid or something? What if it could smell our food? I have a pretty bad anxiety disorder, so I'm prone to worrying about these types of things. I nudged my buddy to see if he was awake, and he was. The noise woke him up too. We discussed what to do about the coyote, as we hadn't brought anything to scare off critters. Not a BB gun, nothing. Finally, he decided he would shine the flashlight on it and holler a lot, hopefully scaring him off. He unzipped the tent, and I watched him pointing the flashlight out into the darkness. I'll never forget what happened next. His legs suddenly went all wobbly, and he sort of stumbled backwards into the tent. He had a really dumbfounded look on his face when he looked at me and babbled. "It's not a coyote, dude. It's a dude. Some weird dude." Normally, I would have thought he was messing with me. I'm a huge wimp and scare easily. I won't even watch horror movies. But I've never seen someone look that scared. And I never want to see that expression on someone's face again. So I knew that he wasn't pulling my leg. The weird yipping and howling noises were still going on. And in retrospect, it really didn't sound like a coyote. But I guess in our groggy states, it was a way for our brains to make sense of it. Anyways, he kept telling me to just look out the tent flap to make sure that he's not crazy. At this point, I was having a full-blown anxiety attack. My heart was racing. I felt like crap, but I had to look. So I slowly peeked out the flap and waited for my eyes to adjust. And that's when I saw him. He was standing only a few arms lengths away from the tent. He was swaying a little and wearing a baseball cap. What made it awful, though, what was really creepy, was that he was wearing women's lingerie. That's when I knew that there was most likely something very wrong with this guy, if the making high-pitched noises at a stranger's tent in the middle of the night didn't give it away. After I pulled my head back inside the tent, my buddy and I discussed what to do. Finally, we decided to yell at the guy to leave us alone. My buddy started yelling, "Excuse me, can you leave us alone? We're trying to sleep in here." The noise stopped. It was dead silent, and that's when we heard footsteps running towards our tent. They stopped right outside the tent, but we didn't waste any time. We started yelling again. "Seriously, leave us alone. We have cell phones in here. If you don't leave us alone, we're going to call the cops." With that, we heard him walk by the tent and head off. Sounded like he was moving towards the road. Needless to say, we laid awake, petrified until the first signs of sunlight. Then we hightailed it the heck out of there. We discussed our experience on the way home, and we're both pretty embarrassed about how scared we got. It definitely was not manly on either of our parts. I think because we were both ashamed of how we let some weirdo freak us out so much. We haven't ever talked about it since that day. So there you go. There's my weird story. I'll always wonder what the heck that guy was doing out there, or what was wrong with him. Sometimes I wonder if things could have turned out differently if we were a couple of girls. I'm not saying that he was some serial killer, but it seemed like he was testing who was in the tent. I guess I'll never know. And for that, I'm kind of glad. I always wanted to try the car life thing after watching so many YouTubers who live in their cars and travel around the country. I lived in Fort Lauderdale for 5 years and thought I would be stuck there, and that was it. Then the pandemic hit, and when I checked my bank account, I was back paid thousands of dollars. Before I know it, I'm packing up all of my stuff, and the landlord said that I could leave all my furniture and that was fine. Now I'm on 95 heading north, laughing, and actually leaving and couldn't believe it. I managed to get a hang of the whole car life thing and became more comfortable stealth parking in different places and not being detected. I had not done any off-grid stuff yet, but was more comfortable by the time I reached Lake Tahoe. I was hiking and asked some guy with his dog, he was a local, if he knew where I could find a place to sleep in my car. because Tahoe seemed tricky. He said that there was a place right up in the mountain called Hope Valley. It sounded good, so off I went. Lake Tahoe is already very high in altitude, so this was a few thousand feet higher than that. It was this past July. As I reached the area, I saw a small parking lot that was an entrance to a wildlife nature preserve. It was closed and empty, so that would do. I'm all settled in with my blanket, and the sun is setting and the temperature plummets. Before I know it, it's pitch black and visibility is zero. I start to hear wolves howling, and at this point, I'm game. This was the experience I wanted. It was a little creepy, but I was fine. I was living what I would normally be watching on my YouTube in my apartment. Before the sun went down, I noticed their garbage cans that were overfilled 15 feet behind the car from the entrance to the preserve. I finally drifted off to sleep and was awakened by something at 3 a.m. You couldn't see anything. It was so dark. And then I heard footsteps, heavy ones, right outside my door. And at this point, I'm scared as all heck being a New York City boy. Then something brushes up against the car. I'm scared and don't know what to do. I wait for a couple of minutes. Then I open the door, run around the car as fast as I could, and got in the driver's side. I drove down the mountain and slept in a Motel 7 parking lot like a baby. Never made it through my first and only off-grid car camping adventure, and I won't forget it. The only other time that trip that something creepy happened was in Mount Shasta. I drove halfway up the mountain, parked on the side of the road and got out, and started walking into this trail. I made it about 70 yards in and heard a low growl. I never ran so hard back to my car in my life. The rest of the trip was the best hiking I've ever done in Montana. Thank you so much for listening to all of the stories in this video. I hope you enjoyed them. I also hope that you enjoy the extra rain at the end. Get a good night's sleep, everyone, and I'll read to you in the next video. Bye-bye now.